Hello everyone, welcome back to Longswitch Academy. My name is Shubham Prajapati. I will be your host for today. In today's video, we will be talking about how to create your first Lightning Web component in Salesforce. So stay tuned for step-by-step guide for creating your first LWC in Salesforce. Hello everyone, welcome back to Longswitch Academy. My name is Shubham Prajapati. I will be your host for today. In today's video, we will be talking about how to create your first Lightning Web component in Salesforce. So stay tuned for step-by-step guide for creating your first LWC in Salesforce. Thank you. So let's begin. As part of today's video, we will be creating one sample Lightning Web component in Salesforce that will look something similar to this. As you can see, it is a OTP verification screen. It will be a basically two-step process. In the first step, we will be asking them to enter their phone number to get the OTP, and in the second step, we will be verifying the OTP entered by the user. So we will be dividing this tutorial into two sections or two parts. In today's part, we will look into how we can just based on the mobile number, how we can get the OTP from the user. So stay tuned. So before we begin the actual development, I just wanted to highlight that in order to get started with your LWC development, you will need two things to be set up in your on your computer. One, you have to install the Salesforce CLI, and second, you also have to set up your Salesforce project. Yeah, in the code editor of your choice. For this demo purpose, I'm just using VS Code IDE. So these are the two basic things or preconditions that you have to satisfy. So let's begin the development for our first Lightning Web component. And here, as you can see, I have already set up my VS Code with Salesforce CLI and Salesforce project. In case you need a detailed step-by-step guide to set up your Salesforce CLI and SFDX project, then do let us know in the comment section. We will definitely create a dedicated video for that. So let's begin. As part of the first step, what I'll do, I'll connect my VS Code with the my developer Salesforce developer org. So in order to do that, what I'll do, I'll press Ctrl Shift P on my keyboard, and I'll select this command sfdx authorize and org. As you can see, there are a lot of pre-built sfdx commands. Basically, these are the commands provided by Salesforce CLI, and it generally what I say makes the development easier. So I'll choose this sfdx authorize and org, and from the project I'll choose production because its login URL is login.salesforce.com, and as I'm using my developer org, uh, that too has the login URL as login.salesforce.com. So you have to choose appropriate target org for your authorization. So I'll choose this, and I'll here it will ask you to enter the alias for your organization. I'll add Longswitch Academy, ls dash Longswitch ls dash Academy, and similarly you can enter any alias. Click enter. You can see the authorization command is running in the VS Code. Okay, I think it went through. Now it took a bit of extra time. Let's see. Upon successful, it will ask you to log in through your developer org. I have chosen my developer org's credential. I'll hit login. Once the authorization between your VS Code and your developer org is successful, it will notify you like with this message, authentication successful. Now go back to your VS Code. Here the command is still running. Let it finish. Okay. Here also you are getting the authorization or when successfully ran, which means the authorization between your VS Code and your Salesforce org is done successfully. So since we have already authorized VS Code with the with the developer call. Let's start creating our component. We will first review our requirements. Here you can see that we have to create this OTP verification screen, which is a set of two screens. In the first screen, we will ask the user to enter their phone number, and based on the phone number, we will be generating an OTP. So, as part of this demo, we will be creating the first screen. And before we begin, I just wanted to highlight that I always believe in developing with the mobile first approach, so that whenever your component is being reviewed or being used within a mobile application, it should look good. So we will also keep that thing in mind. So let's go to the VS Code. For creating a Lightning Web Component, there is a command. You have to press Ctrl Shift P, and this help icon or help box will appear. Here you can see that there is a command called Create Lightning Web Component. You have to choose this, and in the name you have to provide your desired LWC name. So here there are some rules that you have to follow while naming your Lightning Web Components. The name of a Lightning Web Component should be in camel case, which means if, let's say, first component of our demo would be called generate OTP. So this is a meaningful name, or this is a correct format of the LWC name. But if you enter it like generate OTP, it is not considered as the best practice, or even the SFTX CLI won't accept it. So you have to enter generate OTP in the camel case. The G of the generate would be smaller. On the related note, I also wanted to highlight, since we are developing this LWC for our academy, we will be using a prefix LSA, that stands for Longswitch Academy underscore generate OTP. So I'll enter it. To have the prefix is up to you whether you want to have it or not. It is just your choice. But since we will be developing so many LWCs as part of this series, I want to use a prefix so that I can easily later on I can easily identify that this particular LWC was developed for the demo purposes. I'll choose the default directory, and you just have to hit enter. The CLI will go and try creating your web component. Let the command run. The command is running. Okay, the command generated the one LWC for you that you can find under your project name, then force app, then there will be a main folder. Under the main folder there will be a folder called default, and inside default you will have a LWC folder. This LWC folder will be the parent folder for all your LWCs within the org. And as you can see, individual LWC will also have their specific folder, and that folder will have certain files. In this case, there are three commonly used generated files for a LWC that Salesforce CLI generates are are these: LSA generate OTP.html, where LSA underscore generate OTP is the name of your LWC. It can be anything, whatever name you give to your LWC. Based on that name, your files will be generated. One is LSA underscore generate OTP.html, which will contain the UI side of your or UI or appearance side of your LWC. Basically, that will represent the user interface. Then second part or second file is the LSA underscore generate OTP.js, that will contain the JavaScript logic for your LWC, where you will be declaring where you will be declaring the what I say, your variables, where you will be using your functions, methods, or events based on the certain actions that user will take on your LWC. And you will and when you will also use the at the rate wire, at the rate track, or at the rate what I say API decorators if needed. And the third and the important file is LSA underscore generate OTP.js meta.xml. This is the configuration file for your LWC where you will define all the configurations specific to your LWC. Some of the like common configurations include like where you want to showcase your LWC. Those targets you have to specify. For instance, an LWC can appear as a standalone custom tab. It can appear on a what I say on a record page. It can appear on a application like that. So that those configurations you can specify under LSA underscore generate OTP.js meta.xml. And partially or in certain of the instances you can also have your own css file related to your like your lwc. In this case, if we have to specify custom styling for my demo lwc, then I can also have one more file called lsa underscore generate otp.css. Okay, that was it about the basic file structures used with the LWC. Now let's go back to design and see what we have to design. As you know, we will be targeting the first screen as part of this demo. We will see what we have to create. So the first part here is first section. We have the logo, then this heading is there, then some subtext, then there is some space, like input field, then there is a button. Let's design this. Remember, I had mentioned that first we should be thinking about mobile first approach, and in order to do that, we have to use one component called lightning layout. Lightning layout is a kind of grid system that like lightning- that LWC provides to divide or design your LWC component according to the different screen sizes. I'll show you how you can use or configure the lightning layouts in your LWC. The first tag and the parent tag here is lightning layout, and under the parent you have to specify lightning layout item. I suggest you reading the official documentation from Salesforce like components library on this topic, specifically on the lightning layout and layout item, to understand how the how like Salesforce uh, LWC allows you to achieve the mobile friendliness, how it make you how it helps the developer to make the applications responsive depending on the different device sizes. It is a must read. You should definitely understand this topic, and you should always design your LWCs in such a manner that it becomes mobile friendly, because mobile in today's world, mobiles are the devices where your application is viewed or used first, and so you should always keep that in mind. Lightning layout item has three attributes depending on the different device sizes. Like the larger screens are the devices such as desktops or laptops as considered as the large size devices. The devices such as mobile tab or iPads are considered as the medium size devices, and the mobile phones are considered as the small size devices. So depending on different devices, you can specify like how much width your elements should take on the screen. So let's consider that and let's configure that. So large device size, I'm building the first element. The first element is the logo that remains the single element on that particular. I would consider that as a row. So it will always be of size 12. So the maximum size that you can give to your element or the lighting layout item is 12. You can have three layout items of size 4, or you can have like uh, 4 layout items with the size of 3, or you can have like any number of lightning layout items, but the total size of all those layout items should be total of 12. Let's I want this layout item to appear 12, which means that the first row, the row that has this what I say, this logo, should have the width of 12 in all the screens. So I'll configure it like that. I'll put a placeholder text for now, logo text. Let's quickly deploy this to the org. In order to deploy this lightning web component to your developer org, you have to right click on your component, and you can select this sftdx, deploy this source to org. And once you do that, your LWC will be deployed to the developer org. As you can see, the deployment has been successful, and you'll also get that message. And since this is the first time we are creating this component to the org, we will be getting this message as created, because this is the first time we are deploying this component, this LWC component, to the org from the base. Similarly, let's configure the second row. Let's copy, because if you go to the design, the second row has the heading verification, that is also the single element. So for now I'll just keep the verification. I'm not adding any sizing or anything to it. I first of all I just want to put all the elements. I'll copy the third row. What do we have in the third row in the design? We will send you a one-time password on your phone number. Let's type it, and that is again single element. We will send you a one-time password on your phone number. Let's the fourth time. Fourth row has some blank space. We will configure that later, but in the fourth row we just have an input tag, and that is to the single element. And as I mentioned, you can configure the layout according to your design, but as per our use case, we just have one element in a row, so that's why we are configuring the size of 12 for the layout items. You can use the size as per your need. So for input, we will use lightning input tag, and we will also configure the type. Since we are asking a phone number, it can be a like alphanumeric value with a dash or something. So we will use type as text. We will also add a placeholder. The lightning input is nothing but the similar to the input tag in HTML. It has some of the common attributes and some advanced attributes. For example, let's see what is the place. What do we have in the placeholder? Enter phone number. We will add it exactly same. Enter phone number. Since the phone number is required to get the OTP, we will make it required. Yes, required should be true. To make it required for now, we don't want to add any additional validations at this point, since this is just the basic demo, the initial demo. But as we move forward with this series, we will continue to enhance this component. So let's copy fifth line, that is the get OTP. It is a button. So for the button also, I will use Lightning text. Lightning LWC like component library has so many pre-configured components that you can easily reuse and speed up the development for your LWC component. So I'll use Lightning button. Type would be button, and case you don't remember some of these things, some of these tags, you can always refer to the like Salesforce Lightning component library. Let me just quickly give you a quick overview of. So I will go here and I'll search for Lightning component library in the Google search. You can use any search engine, and you will be presented with this link: Salesforce Lightning component library. And here you will find the blueprint of all the components that LWC provide you in a pre-configured manner that you just can simply plug and play in your LWC components. So we are using, for instance, we are using a Lightning button component. So in the quick find, you can type Lightning button. So with this name, you're not getting anything. Search for button. And here there are two kind of component libraries that Salesforce provides. One is for Aura components and another is for the Lightning Web Components. We should be looking for the Lightning Web Components, and like I'm just looking for the button. So I'll click on this link. It will give me the basic like code sample for the buttons. Like there are so many variants that they provide for the buttons. You can use as per your requirement. But for now, I just need the basic button. So I'll go for the, see, this button is, this is what I'm looking for, the brand button, because if you go to my sample UI, this button is something similar to the brand. So I'll go for that button. So if I have to configure a brand, so I need to choose this variant. I'll go to the VS Code. In the variant, I choose brand. You can specify any of the variant based on your need, and I will also have to configure the label. And in the label, I will configure this networking. So my basic UI is ready. It is not well stylized, but it is, the structure is ready. Before we deploy this, I always do one thing: I add proper comments. So I'll add comments for each of the section, what it does, and this is how you can add comments. I'll show it again. First section belongs to the logo section. Start, then the logo section. And so these comments will uh, make it clear that this particular section belongs to the logo portion of the UI, and it also makes it easier for other developers to understand your code. Second is the verification heading. See, you are also like becoming, your code will look more professional if you follow these guidelines. Verification, after that subheading, or I will say subtext, and then there is this input. it is a phone number input section star, phone number input section, and then there is this button section. So the get OTP button section start, and this will be get OTP button section end. Always format your code so that it is well aligned with the tabs and all. Let's format it. Once you are done with the commenting, and then you can just deploy your code. Now, since you have already deployed it to the org, this time you will see the changed, which means you have initially created the component. Now you have changed something onto it. Okay, then we have deployed our latest changes to the org. Now it is time to look at our LWC in the developer org. But before we do that, we have to configure the meta.xml configuration file. As you might remember or you might recall during the introduction, I have explained that this meta.xml file for any component is a configuration file where you have to configure uh, the places at which you want to expose your what I say LWC. For instance, you may wish to expose your LWC for a custom tab, for a record page, or maybe for a flow screen. There are various options. In case you want to know more about it, then you can read about the topic design attributes in LWC on like Trailhead or maybe on official Salesforce site. In case you want a detailed video or a dedicated video on a like design tokens or design attributes in LWC, then just comment down in the comment section, and we will definitely bring a video on that topic as well. So here I'll configure the target configs. These are the attributes that is used to configure where you want to expose your what I say your LWC. And each target config can have multiple target config attribute. And for now, I just want to expose my LWC for a tab. So what I'll specify in the targets, lightning tab. As I had highlighted, if you want more detailed video on specific to these design attributes, do let us know in the comment section. We will definitely bring a very well explained video on that. But for now, I will do it, and I'll expose it to true. I'll set the is exposed to true, and here you can also configure the API version of your like LWC component. You should always keep it to the latest. Once you are done, then you just have to deploy the source to the like your developer org. It is deploying. Deploy. Okay, there is an error. It says you must specify targets for. Okay, I think it should be like this. Yes, this target configs talks about like exposing different attributes to different like different elements in the lightning like experience. For example, you can have a different set of attributes exposed to the record page, and then you can have different set of attributes exposed to the flow screen, like that. And before you even define your target config, you have to set the target. So for now, I just want to expose this component to lightning tab. Let's see how it works. Target, and it doesn't contain information. For now, I don't have any specific fields to expose, so I'll keep that as empty. So we are inside this meta XML where, like, if you recall, so this is our like meta.xml file. If you recall, where while I was giving the overview of the file structure within the LWC, I mentioned that this meta.xml file for any LWC component is like basically used to define the configurations, and you can also use this space to to define where you want to expose your LWC. For instance, if you want wish to whether you wish to like expose your LWC to the record page or to a tab or to a flow screen, those kind of configurations you can do it here. For now, I just want to expose like this my this LWC to the lightning tab. So for that, I'll configure the targets. Targets specifically specify the environment or maybe the utility under the lightning experience where you want to target or expose your LWC. So within the targets, there will be target, and here I just want to target. These are these so many places where you can expose your lightning web component, and you can choose any of the places where you want to make your lightning web component visible. For now, I just want to make it visible to lightning tab, and sometimes you might see that is exposed attribute is uh, like like what I say is marked as false. You can turn it on, or you can like set it to true. The API version is the version of your LWC. As per my opinion, you should keep it to the latest version to align with the latest releases of the Salesforce. Let's try to deploy this. Okay, it got deployed. Now let's head back to our what I say developer org and try creating a tab for our Lightning Web component. It seems my session got expired. Let's log in again. Since we just exposed our lightning web component to the what I say to the lightning tab, so we have to create a tab for it. I hope you know how to create a tab within the Salesforce developer. Or in case you don't know it, figure in case you don't in case you don't know it, let's do it together. Go to the setup, search for tabs, click on the tabs, and the tabs like option will open. Here, under the option Lightning Component tabs, click New. Since you have configured your meta.xml file of your LWC, you should see your component here. You see, this is the one that we had created, LSA generate OTP. In case you have configured your LWC component to appear or to be visible to the tabs, but you don't see your component name here, you have to just go and recheck your configurations. You can give it a name. I will give it a name like LSA generate OTP. You can have any label of your choice, and you can also decide uh, whatever tab style you want to. I'll keep it as alarm clock. It can be anything, and it is always good. It is always a good practice to provide a description for your tabs. Given on so that in case someone accidentally tries to delete it or hide it, he or she will know about the purpose of this tab. We have created the tab. You should see here. Now go to this app launcher, search for LSA, and you should see your tab name here. Click on that name, and yes, it is loading. Now you see the tab launched and we hit with a nag. Uh, and this is the nightmare for any developer. But you see, Salesforce is like error handling system or mechanism is very good. They provide very detailed like reason for your errors, and if you click on this stack trace, you will also get to know some more details about it. So what does this error say? Error during LWC component connect phase. You cannot have device specific size attributes for lightning layout item component without specifying the size attribute. This error suggests that we cannot have a device specific sizing. For example, if you look at the code, we have defined the large, medium, small size devices specific configurations at the lightning layout item level, which is incorrect because first you have to define a size attribute. Size attribute is like kind of a what I say starting point where it considers the size for the smaller device. In case you don't specify a small device size, then it will consider uh, the whatever value you have specified under the size attribute as the default value. So before you set up your device specific sizes, it is mandatory, as you can see the error, to define the size attribute. Since we are keeping it 12 for all the device sizes, we will also keep the size as the 12 for all of them. Okay, I forgot to save it. You should also be careful that whether your changes were saved or not before you attempt to deploy it. So they got saved. Let's go back and try to refresh the page. So I have closed the previous tab. I'm just reopening it and just see how it appears because the uh, error should be resolved for by now. And I'm visiting it, and this is how I'm getting the results. The first is logo text, then the verification, then the subtext, the input, and the button. You see, I'm not providing the value, but that's why it is throwing this exception. Now let's try to just stylize it a bit. So let's see what we have in the screenshot. The white background is there. So for that, maybe we can use what I say class. Now you will be wondering whether we need to create a custom style for achieving this, or how would we get that look and feel. Uh, for that, maybe we can use or we can use like so for that we can use lightning design system SLDS. So now let's stylize this. Before we do that, let's look at the screenshot. What do we have? We can see that the background is white. This verification label is or heading is the bold. Then we have this logo. The button is this like that. In order to stylize the component, either you can create your own custom CSS classes, or maybe you can leverage the like Salesforce's Lightning design system, that is SLDS. So here what you can do, you can search for Salesforce design system, Salesforce design system. enter. This lightning design system, in fact. This gives you the pre-built classes and the CSS classes that you can reuse in your designs in your LWC component. So that will save your time. Let's say I wanted some background color for, because as you can see in this screenshot, there is the background is white. So I need some CSS for the white background. Let me search background color. So I searched for the background. All the design tokens that are available for the background color will be given to me. Let's see, do we have anything that we can use? Background color default. Let's see. No, I don't think we will get the colors. Maybe let's see. Design guidelines. Do we have anything in the color? Color palettes or something. We need the class name basically. So we will search for maybe text. Be under that category. Under that utility, we might get something related to the color. Background color. Do we have anything for the background? Alignment. Box is there. This will appear the box, SMS box. We don't want a box. Maybe card or something. We have anything for card. Card is just they come with a predefined formatting where the background color is there. Some padding is also there because if you look at the this thing, there is also padding around the design. So let's see if there are any specific thing for the card. This SLDS card is there. Can we apply it? Before you even code it, you can just inspect this element in your browser and try to find your parent element. Here, parent element for us is what I say is like in layout. Here, let's try to put this class. Can you put it? You see, you got it. You got the background color in your style. So what I'll do, I go here. I have already defined the class attribute. I'll put this. Now, if you see, we have applied the white background color, but the contents are not appearing properly. They are like squeezed, or maybe you can say that they are more on the left side of the layout. So there is no gap. There is no padding. So for that, we have to apply the padding around the layout item. For that, we have to search for maybe the padding in the lighting design system. See, everything is pre-built. Most of the things that you need are pre-built. You can just reuse it. I search for the padding. Okay, I think I clicked on the wrong link. I will search in the left section. I will search for the padding. See if I get something for the padding, some classes. I want the around padding, around the entire layout. And again, this is good point to discuss. You should know the difference between the margin and the padding. Padding always, just for a quick info, the padding always applies within the container and margin applies outside of the container. So we need the around. So around in around also, and any kind of padding we also have some variants. How much padding you want to apply? So I'll go with small. This is the class. Pre-built class is there. I'll go here, inspect it. And you see, the padding got applied inside the container, main container, wherever you're applying the class. If you replace this P with M, that stands for margin, then you see it got applied outside. Here, this is the key difference. You see, the margin is applied outside the container, and padding is applied inside the container. And that's why we used padding, not margin, because we want this space to appear within the what I say layout, within the layout. So that's why. And you see now it appears good. It has started to sleep like this. You can also what I say, you can enhance the padding if you want to. For example, if you want to make it medium, you make it medium. Let's keep it medium for now. So I'll go here, copy this class, go to my code. So like even before you finalize on any of these classes, CSS classes, it is better to test first in the console, in the browser console, before you actually implement it. So I'm quite happy with it. I will save it and deploy it. Now let's go back to the design. Next we have this icon. So for this we have to visit the developer like lightning component library. In that we have to search for the icon. I just need icon. I don't need a button icon because we don't want user to perform any actions, or we don't want them to uh, click on the icon. So we just need the icons. For now I'll just put any of the icon, but you can just search the library and look for the particular icon. Or if it is like less time consuming, then we will use the uh, what I say, we will find that icon. But it is a phone number, OTP. What kind of icon it is? It is a send message, I guess. So see, if you need any specific kind of icon, then you have to get it designed by yourself and upload in a static resource, then refer it in the LWC. But for now, since I just demoing it, we will use any of the pre-built icon. Let's use this standard message icon. And for example, this email. I'll go and I can also specify the size. I can also specify the size, I guess. Size and variants. So you can also control the size of the icons. So I suggest in case you are developing an application, try to make the use of pre-built icons, pre-built components that LWC offers. That will definitely help you to reduce the number of hours we spend in development. That will also uh, like speed up your entire development process. So size also you can configure. So I copied that icon. I'll put it here in this lower text section. Size are the possible values. I want a large size. Make the changes. I'll deploy it. Later in this series, we will have exact same looking icon that we see in the what I say, in the image. But for now, since we're just giving you an overview and getting yourself familiarized with this LWC development process, therefore we are using this built-in icons. You will see that we will progress from the beginners to the intermediate level, medium, then the advanced level with this same LWC component. So all I can say is just stay tuned with us throughout this series and give all your support and love to this video. We are making a very, what I say, detail-oriented efforts to make these concepts clear to you. So it got generated. Let's see. You see, the icon is now appearing here. The padding is also applied like that. Now the next we have this verification. And you, if you refer to the screenshot, the verification is in bolds. So it is in bold letter and the size is a bit bigger. So I'll search for the bold class, or maybe I will search for the text. Maybe there is a pre-configured text classes which I can apply and change the bold or size altogether on the text. See, I think this is what we can use. Heading size large, medium. Color default monospace. And we can use text heading medium, probably. I want bold as well. Do we have anything on that? No, color inverse is not good for us. The case, the title. No, I don't want that. Maybe we can use heading size medium for this class. We'll go here and try to test it out how it looks. Go here. Okay, I didn't use any tags here. Now can I just put it in here and see if it works? If it works. And for bold, I want to see if there is a class for bold. So this is the editor, I guess. Bold, for bold, I don't think there will be a separate class. Or maybe we can use, instead of this, we can use H4 or H3 tag. That comes up with the size and the bold nature. See, I'm just trying to give you an overview that in case you need any classes or styling classes, you can always look in the like lightning design system. Now, one more thing that I wanted to highlight here, if you go into the design, there is a specific spacing between each of the rows. So that we can achieve via with the help of like padding. So padding this time we just need the top bottom. So I'll go back to the padding class. I'll go here and I just need the top bottom padding. Let's see, we keep this. Maybe here in the class. You should always avoid having the what is inline styling. You should always use classes while you design your LWC components. Let's see where else. And between these buttons, now there is a big gap. We have a padding between this heading and this subtext. For subtext, let's use div for now. And there is a big gap between this input box and the what is the subtext. So for that, what we have to do, uh, along with the padding top bottom, we also have to apply a specific bottom CSS, and we want a big gap, right? So we'll add this class bottom x-axis large, and we'll pick this medium class again, and we will put it on this what I say input tags, because there is a gap between, or there is a padding between the button and the get OTP button and the input field. let's do this. Let's deploy this. Let's go and refresh. Okay, why it didn't get applied? I might be making a mistake here. Let's see what happened here. See what happened here. H3. Why the S3 is not getting applied? Okay, you see, some of the tags have their styles like manipulated by the standard styling of the Salesforce. That's why they are not appearing here properly. You can see that. So we have to go with the specific class that we look for. That was this, right? Adding meaning. You see now the context has been changed. So this padding top bottom is not applied properly. Here you see there is no padding top bottom, but I see here the class is there but it is not getting applied. Why is that? Top bottom, I think vertical. If I apply this medium, for example, let's go here and copy this, but the class is already here. You see, it is not getting applied. What is the class name? Medium. See, there is no such class. Why it is not getting applied? I think I'm making a mistake here. So it should be bottom. So instead of that asterisk with the asterisk variant, I should be specifying with properly. So that's the mistake. So you should also be like you should not be worrying about it that it is not working. You should come to your dev console, your browser console, try to investigate what might be the wrong. What could go wrong with your styling that you should check. In such cases, don't panic. Try to investigate. You see, now this appears correctly. So instead of that asterisk variant, I should be using these classes here. So I'll go here. What I'll do, whenever I have applied this, I will go find it and replace it with these two classes. To make my changes go faster. And again here, this S3 is getting impacted by the standard styling of the uh, lightning. I'll apply maybe sorry, it's not what I mean. This heading CSS I will be applying here. So the changes are going through. Let's refresh it. Okay, come on. Why, man? Why? Why can't you just let me reload it? I think it is messing with me. Let's Okay, you see my changes are not yet there. I don't see the class, I don't see the latest changes here. So sometimes it happens that you won't see your latest changes reflect on the LWC. In that case, you have to hard refresh your screen. For that, you can click on Control Shift R on your browser. So this is the another situation. It might occur. You might be wondering that I'm making the correct changes, but the UI is not reflecting it. So just to make sure that your changes are there, you have to come here and inspect your screen, inspect your elements and see whether you see your latest changes or not. As you can see, I'm seeing it, I can see my latest changes, but there is one problem here. The spacing is not accurate because I have provided the two things here. I have provided the top bottom for both of them. So I have to replace this. I have to remove this top from this element. And meanwhile, we are here. Also have to make the changes to for this particular subtext. How it should look, some sort of grayed out. So here we have to search for the text in the Lightning design system. Search for the text, and I just need a weak color, grayed out color. So this is the color weak. This class I already have. I will go here and add a class. And similarly, you will also see there's one more thing. One-time password is a bit of bold. So for that, we can use a B tag. This is a basic HTML B tag that is for that B stands for. That B stands for the bold. So it will make that portion bold for us. Let's see how it looks now. We'll go and hard refresh this. Okay, you see. Let's go and let's go and see what we can do. Color weak text. Okay, you see the text got a bit weaker. As I suggested, we will be using the SLDS styling for now. But as we progress through this series, we will also make some of our custom styling to match the exact look and feel of the screenshot. But for now, I'm just showcasing you the steps that how you should develop your LWCs, how you should divide each of the element of your LWC and just divide and rule the entire development process. The one thing that this asterisk is not good, which is not looking good. How can I remove it? Maybe for now, because just to make it disappear, like it will require additional customization from the CSS standpoint. So we'll keep that for the later part of this video. So I'll make this input box non-required. Will deploy it. The other thing that I'm noticing, we have everything on the left side, but our components, what I say, our components here in this screenshots are aligned on the center. So can we do that? We will go to the inspect element, go to our layout. Maybe we can try to see if we can change the text alignment. Text align. Changed it and everything came to the center. So here for the center also there is a class. You can come here, Go here, then remove it, go to the layout, add this class, and look back. So most of the useful classes for useful CSS, the classes are already pre-built. You just have to go find them on the Salesforce Lightning Design System and use them in your code. So I'm deploying it. Another thing for the larger devices, the screen is looking a bit of what I say stretched. Let's make it small. For the large device, I don't want to use 6. I don't want to use 12. Let's use 6 and see what happens. You see something moved there. It also moved. You see, this is the practice that I follow. I don't just go and modify the code. I paste it in the console and see whether this is going to work or not. And if I'm satisfied with these changes here, I'll go and make the changes in the code. There's something I missed. Okay, you see, I changed it to 6, but as I had informed you in the beginning of this development process, that when you use styling or when you use lighting, like what I say layout, your layout item should be of total of size 6, size 12. And here, as you can see, for the large devices, we have changed the like size lightning layout item size to 6. Therefore, it is not considering each of these item as a single row. Instead, it is dividing or it is combining two items into one row because each of them consists of size 6. So 6 plus 6, 12. Now you must be wondering how this LWC will look in tablets or mobile devices or iPad. Here is I will show you a way how you can check that like visibility of your LWC in different devices using your using your web browser. All you have to do is you just have to right click on it, inspect, and here you will get toggle device toolbar option. Click on that and your screen will become responsive. This is the built-in feature of every modern browsers, so you can check in or any of the browser where you are running your like developer code. Now from these dimensions, you can check how it will appear on different devices. For example, iPhone SE, how it will look there. It will look something like this. How it will look under what I say iPad Air. This is how it will look on the iPad. You see, this is the benefit that you will this is the benefit I was talking about while when I decided to use lightning layout and lightning layout item with my LWC. It automatically takes care of the like responsiveness of your LWC component, and you can also check how it will appear under the like pixel 7. So these modern web browsers gives you like visualization of all modern screen resolutions that are available in the market, and they continue to upgrade it. So in case you want to test like how my LWC component will appear in mobile versus how they will appear in the tab or iPads, or how will appear on the what I say on the desktops or laptops, that you can use this utility. So always you need to keep this in mind whether someone tells you or not. When you design a LWC, it should always be designed with the mobile first approach. That's the you can consider that as a pro tip. So I think this is pretty much it for this demo, where I have showcased you all the uh, necessary steps in very detailed manner that you need to take to develop your LWC. As part of this demo, we just developed the user interface part of our first component, that is generate OTP. Secondly, I just want to highlight that you might be wondering the like colors, the button color is not exactly looking like what we have in the screenshot. The reason for that is, for since this is the first video that we are making on this initial demo, we wanted to keep it very basic for the new users or new developers who have little or very less understanding about the LWC development. So this video will serve as the foundation for them, and once they get familiar with it, in the next part or next segment of the same like what I say LWC component, we will continue with having more enhanced user interface with the custom colors and what I say some what I say some sort of custom icons for this component. Along with that, we will also have we will also see the functional side of this component. Like for example, we will also showcase you the JavaScript side of things for this component. For instance, if user enters a phone number, we will showcase you how he will receive the OTP on this component. That backend part, that JavaScript part will be there in the next segment. We will also showcase to you some sort of validations. What happens if user enters an invalid phone number? Some the things like that you will get to know in the next segment. So all I request you is stay tuned with our channel. Like grab the basics of this LWC development with this segment. Once you get yourself familiarized with the LWC, like you can just ready to go on to the next level with us. So thank you for your support for today. Thank you for watching this video. If you like this like step by step guide from Longswitch Academy, we request you to share this with your friends, colleagues, maybe your neighbors or whoever are tech enthusiasts. Last but not the least, I would like to say a big thank you to all of you who are watching this video. Thanks for joining today, and thank you for subscribing to Longswitch Academy. We wish we wish you all the very best in your respective tech journey. Along with that, we also would like to request you to like spread the word about Longswitch Academy among your connections, your colleagues, or your friends who are interested in what I say tech career, or who are willing to build their careers on top of Salesforce. Thank you for subscribing. And if you haven't subscribed already, don't miss to subscribe to our channel, share it, and thank you for all your support. Thank you very much. First LWC in Salesforce. Welcome back everyone in this second segment of our video on creating generate OTP LWC. As we discussed during the first segment of this video, that we will be using our own custom icon for the header part. We will also be performing some validations on the phone number, and we will also be handling certain events in the JavaScript for that particular LWC. So stay tuned for all the insights about how you can use static resources. I mean to say how you can use your own custom logos, how you can use the validations within the JavaScript, and how you can like depending on certain events on the input, how you can like notify the rest of the component about that change. So stay tuned for all the detailed guide on JavaScript and static resource in LWC. Thank you. And this is how it looks at this moment. In this segment, what we will do, we will add some validation for the phone number, and we will also be changing this logo with some our custom logo. And on this button we will be handling some validations. Like for example, if I click on get OTP, and if they enter phone number or the phone number field is empty, then there should be a validation like that. So let's begin with the JavaScript part first. Let's add some validations uh, to the to this phone number input. So here, as you see, we have taken the lightning input type as text, but as we discussed during the first segment that like uh, this lightning component library offered so many pre-configured inputs. So we will first see, do we have any input for the numbers, phone numbers specifically or not. So what I'll do, I'll go to the like browser. I'll search for the lightning web component library. I'll go into that and in the quick find, I'll search for input. So what kind of input we are looking for? Telephone input. Or telephone and the mobile phone are two different things. Here the OTP is generally sent to the mobile number. So let's see if it supports the mobile number by default or how it looks. Let it load. I think based on the example, I can tell it is just validating or it is just referencing to the like landline phone numbers, but I don't think that will work in our case. So we will drop it and we will go back to the our code and see if we can apply some pattern here. So first I'll configure is the event. I want to do something whenever user enters some values into that field. So I'll define an event handler and do phone change. I would say phone number. Okay, I'll copy this. We'll go to the JS. First, we will have to like define the decorator for storing that phone number that the user will be entering. So I'll keep it as phone number. But first, I have to define whether it is track, it should be API or it should be a wire. These decorators basically are used to define the scope of your variable or attribute within the LWC. If it is defined with at the red track, it will only be visible within the LWC component in which it is defined. If you define it by like at the red API, that means that attribute you are exposing to the outside world, which means if a particular component is being used in another parent component, and that parent component, like if you want to pass some of the values from parent to child, then at that time we can utilize those at the API decorator defined attributes. So track is for the local purpose within the LWC, and at the API is for exposing the attributes to the outside world of LWC. So I'll declare my track attribute as phone number, because and here the naming convention that your attribute should be in camel case, that is the standard, and you should always try to give a proper name to your attribute so that you can recall why an attribute is defined. So by default, I'll keep it as null. Then we have defined this event, and whenever the event handle change, the user wants will change a value in the input, this event will be called, and I will store that value under the inside the phone number track variable. So that value, whatever value that user will enter, can be referenced by event.target.value, and here you can also print this in the console to just see what value we are getting. Let's do this much only for now. So we have set up the handle change event for this phone number. We gave header phone number change as the name for the event. And here you can see, using the event.target.value, we are getting the value of the input that is being entered by the user, and we are storing that input value into the phone number track attribute. And just for the record purpose, we are also logging that input number onto the console. So here, what just let's go back to the component and see this in action. Oh, it seems my session got expired. Let me relog in. It seems my internet is a bit slow today. I hope you guys are like enjoying this demo and getting insights about the Lightning Web Component development. See, let it load. So my component name was. I'll click on this app launcher. It is LSA generate OTP. I'll click on that. I'll try to enter some value and see if we are able to store that value into the track attribute. I'll enter the phone number. I'll enter the console. I'll go to the console and see whatever I have entered, it got printed, which means whatever the input that user is providing, that value is being stored into our track attribute. So right now we are just what I say, we are just storing that value, that input value in the like track attribute. Now let's see if we can apply certain what I say validations to it. So the first validation would be, we want to make it required. We will check if this phone number has the value or not. And see, there are so many ways to apply the validations in Lightning Web Component. You can define it as required. You can define the pattern for it. So first of all, we will see if we can apply required validation and some sort of what I say rejects regular expression check for it. So for that, if you want to specify any rejects pattern, regular expression, you have to use the pattern attribute. And I had copied one rejects pattern for our purpose for this, so that we can easily save time on this. You can like construct your own regular expression, or maybe you can also what I say, you can also use any pre-built third-party vendors that provides or generates regular expression for you. For now, we are just use simple regular expression to verify an Indian phone number. We will also make it required. So I'll go and also see, we have provided the regular expression that we want to make this input, this phone number input to match certain pattern. So in case the pattern is not matching, we can also define the error message that will appear in front of user. So for that you can use message when bad input, provide valid phone number. Secondly, message when pattern mismatch. In case the pattern is not matching, then you can show a different message. I'll add invalid Indian mobile number. And in case user needs to provide any value, then also you can showcase a particular error message. So I will add error message like phone number missing. As I always say, In case you want to know more about Lightning Web Components, built-in standard components that Salesforce offers, and different attributes that it supports, I always request you to go through the official Lightning Component library. Have a look at it, try their sample code, and see if you can get something out of it. So it will really help you out. So we are done here. Let me deploy this code and see what we get. For now, we don't want to make any changes on the JS part. Let's redeploy. Okay, it got deployed. I'll go here. I'll hard refresh it because sometimes the caching problem is there with the Lightning Web Components framework. So, in case you don't see your change immediately, I request to do the like hard refresh of your web page. You can like I will also tell you the shortcut. You can use Control Shift R to do the hard refreshing. See, we have added the required attribute, so it will be as required. And see, now I did nothing. I just what I say entered no value into this input phone number, and I just like click outside it. So we got this message, phone number missing. Why we are getting this message? Because we have configured the component or the input element to use a particular message when the uh, when the when the user doesn't provide any value. For example, here phone number missing. Now let's see. Let's try to enter some characters. A phone number cannot accept characters. So you see, you'll get invalid mobile phone number. And if I enter this invalid number, see now also it is giving us the invalid Indian phone number, Indian mobile number. Have we entered 10 digits? Let's quickly check. 3699, and yes, it is 10, but then also we are getting an error, which means invalid Indian phone number. Why? And here you can see that when the pattern mismatch, the pattern is not matching accurately here. So how to fix it? Let's see. Uh, let's see our rejects is correct or not. Let's try to remove these forward slashes. You see, you have to make sure that your pattern that you are using with the rejects, it is accurate. And now I'll go back. I'll hide refresh my page. Let's let's see. It is loading. Okay. So let me enter a valid number. See, now it took a valid pattern. Let me reduce one number. I'll start getting the error message. So it is accepting 10 digit number, that because that is the valid Indian phone number. We for this demo purpose, I'm just using the simple regex pattern and simple input just to demonstrate how these things work in the Lightning Web Components world. You can use any complex pattern, or you can also use the combination of different patterns across your different input within a form. So that is also possible. So if I enter one character more, you see the pattern will uh, the error will go away because that's a valid input. Now, since we have the input, we have validated it from the user. Now, just try generating one. Let's try generating one like OTP for this number. You know, like just let me give you a brief. You might be wondering how these OTP generation works. Generally, there are third-party systems and the backend systems that help us to generate the unique what I say, unique OTPs based on the phone number, and then they take care of delivering the same on the registered mobile numbers to the user. So that is a different story. But since we are just learning to write code in LWC for this demo purpose, we won't be using any backend service to generate the OTP for us. Instead, we will just replicate that feature in the JavaScript with the help of some math functions that will always give us six-digit unique OTP number. So let's do that. To save our time, I have like generated one generate OTP method for us to use. So I wrote this method. This method, what it does, it gets the it checks for the OTP length. We want to keep it to 6 digits, and then it generates the maximum minimum 6 digits number. This line, I'll add proper commenting what each line does, so that anyone would takes a look at my code, understand what a particular line is doing, and the next line like generates the maximum 6 digits number. And here, just to give you a brief overview, here I'm just using math library and the power function to generate the minimum and maximum six-digit number. And based to because whatever OTP that we will be generating shouldn't exceed the maximum allowed six-digit number, and it shouldn't be less than the minimum six-digit number. That's why we are doing it. And again, we are just replicating the backend behavior in the front end, but in real world it doesn't work like this. There will be a lot of there will be a well configured backend system which generates the OTP. It keeps it saved for that particular number, then it delivers that OTP to the mobile phone. Once the user enters the generated OTP, it compares against its system. So that's the entire backend structure that is there to take care of that functionality. But here we are just replicating it in JavaScript. So never like misunderstand that this is how in real world the OTP generation works. So here what I can what I can do is now based on this minimum and maximum six-digit number, we'll use math floor functions and random function to generate the OTP, and we'll store it under MVP unique OTP number. And here we will also define one more track variable to keep store the generated OTP number. So I'll label that or I'll name that attribute as generated OTP. By default, it will be null because we have to showcase this generated OTP number to the user on the front end. So we'll keep this track, and here this dot generated OTP is equal to OTP. Of OTP number. So, see, these track attributes are used to make this component reactive. So as soon as we change value into this track attribute, it will reflect the same on the front end. So assign the is generated with the code track attribute. It is always important to keep proper commenting across your code so that others can also easily understand, and if they have to modify something they can do it without any hesitation. They know the full context of that code. Now when we want to generate this OTP, we want to generate this OTP only when the number is there. If this Put phone number. And we want to call this method on click of this button. On click event of this button. Generate OTP. And we already have defined this method. And we want to make this button disabled. We want to make this button disabled until there is no input. So there is a disabled attribute for a button. You can also toggle it based on the particular value. That is button disabled. Yes, get is another kind of decorator that you can use to directly read the value of an attribute. I want to make this button disabled when there is no phone number. But I can specify this attribute. So I have to button disabled. It should be this button disabled. You must be noticing that I'm giving all my attributes, all my functions proper names so that they make sense why they have been used. Now let's hard refresh this again. Control Shift R. That's what I follow to avoid any caching issues. Let it load. It is taking time. See, initially our get OTP button is disabled. Now if I enter a valid number, it will get enabled. I'll click on get OTP. I clicked on it, nothing happened. You must be wondering there must be something wrong, but we haven't used any space to display the generated OTP to the user. So therefore we have to configure another layout item. I'll name it as show generated OTP start. So generated OTP end. Here for displaying that, I'll just use a simple message for now. We can stylize that later. Generated OTP and I'll use the generated OTP. Let's see how it looks now. Let's hard refresh our page. I'll enter a phone number. I'll get the OTP. You see, this 6-digit number I already got. Now there are two things that I think I missed to mention. This generate OTP message should only appear when we have the OTP. So we need to we need to make it conditional rendering. We need to use the concept of conditional rendering. So I want to show this only when there is an OTP. So I'll use the template tag for the conditional rendering. Template, and it should only be shown when we have the value into this generated OTP. And you also notice that it is appearing a bit it is sticking with that button, so we have to use that um, padding top bottom class. So here we can use class I already copied, and here I will also use this particular class. So just make it a bit bigger and bolder. See, once the changes have been deployed, let's hard refresh it. I don't know why it is taking time today, but usually it is fast. Valid phone number, valid number, get OTP. You see now, when on this message will only appear when we have the OTP. So this is how this generate at the backend or the coding functional part of this generate OTP LWC would work. This will just accept the phone number from the user, run some validations. Once the validations have been passed, it will try to generate a unique 6-digit OTP and display it on the user interface so that user can see it. Okay, as you can see, our Lightning Web component is working fine now, but there is one glitch that I wanted to highlight. Here, as soon as I enter a number, whether it is valid or invalid, the user is able to click on this get OTP button, because as soon as we receive any value into this get phone number input, the button gets activated and user can receive the OTP. But this behavior is not according to the requirements. The user should be able to get the OTP only when they enter a valid Indian mobile number. So we have to fix this. In order to fix this, there is a concept of lightning input report validity, where you can validate whether the input is where you can perform the validation on your lightning input fields in the JavaScript. So let's see how we can do that. So I'll go back to the code, and I'll create one method called, it is always good to have a unique or separate method for handling the validation. So the validation begins by getting the reference of the input fields. So I'll use this dot template dot query selector. I'll use lightning input. Since we register one, we can use this method. This will give us all the lightning input fields available on our form. So what I'll do, we will first check the input fields are there. If yes, then what I'll do, report There is a built-in method that will. This is the built-in method that Lightning Web Component Framework provides, using which all the validations on that particular input field are run. If or if the input value inside that input element is valid, then this method will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. So first, we will also see what we get in the console. See, I'm trying to demonstrate all the possible things with the that are basic with the Lightning Web Component development. Therefore, I'm like showcasing you this. And we'll also have a boolean is valid flag. By default, it will be true, and boolean is not the type, so it will be let. Because in JavaScript there are no specific types, it will return the value of this value. So we will deploy it. So if we deployed, we'll see at each step what we get into the fields in the fields of, in the value of this is valid at is valid flag. We'll also add the line number again. It is always good to have a line number in your console log so that you know from which line you're getting your particular debug log. But this method won't run automatically. Validate phone number or validate input, I would say. So this function we are not calling anywhere. So how would we know whether the input is valid or not, and how would we get the that well defined value of the is valid flag? So in order to check, first of all we should ask at which point we need to check the input. We need to check the input before we enable the button. If the input is valid, then and then the button should be enabled. Right now we are just checking whether there is a value in the phone number or not. Then only we are enabling the then we are just directly enabling the button. But here we just need to make sure that if the phone number is input valid, whatever the phone number, that mobile number that user is entering, if that is valid, then only we should be enabling that button. So before I configure the button to work according to the validity of the input, one more thing that I need to change here. Sometimes this lightning input selector directly won't work. So we can define a class. It can be just a placeholder name. I'll share it as I'll name the class as custom input, so that we will only pick up all the input with this particular class only. And here in the query selector, as you know, if you know the basic CSS query selector, if you want to select any element by class, you have to use dot then the CSS class name. And if the output of this validate input, because here as you can see we are returning the is valid value of is valid flag. Here initially it will be true, but this input since right now we just have what I say, one input field, or maybe let's keep it like this only. Like here this report validity field generally returns the boolean value. So whatever result we have, we will store into this is valid flag, and if this is valid flag is true, that means the input, that whatever input that the user has given is valid. So the button should be disabled when this dot validate input returns false. Okay, let's see how it works. We'll go back to the class, refresh the compound. I don't know why this error is coming up. Let's see. Let's refresh and see. It's taking time to load. Yes, it is here. We'll enter something. Now there is one more glitch. This get input is by default activated. But let's see what do we get into this invalid flag. One important thing is in this line number 36, we are getting null. Here we are getting null. This should not happen. We have specified the class custom input. Then we tried querying it. Maybe we can also do this. We can try to do this query selector. Sometimes it doesn't autocomplete dot query selector all. First of all, we should get a value into this input fields parameter. Then only we can expect it to run further. And there was one glitch, as I had explained that this water automatically gets what I say activated. So that is because we are not getting a value here. If we get a value into this, the rest of the validations will be performed. Let's see this time it works or not. See, e-report is not a function because here we are not getting anything. That's the problem. Why? Let's try to explore this template. I think it doesn't work. Yeah, because template is the Lightning Web component frameworks attribute. So let's try to use document dot query selector all by this class dot custom input. Here at least we should get something. Here it is empty, but you see this is getting errored out because here we are not getting any value. To prevent this, what we can do, this input method should only be run when there is a phone number, and otherwise disable to should be written true. If the phone number is there, the validation should be checked, and otherwise by default the button will be disabled in case the phone number is not there. We'll check. See, I just used a ternary operator. So these are the good code practices to avoid unnecessary conditional if else statements. You can use a ternary operator. See, first error is gone. Now let's try to document dot query selector all by class dot custom input should at least return something, but here it is not returning. Let's try to inspect this. See, the class is there, but it is not returning it. Can we try to query just the input by tag? Is it possible? See, here it returned. But see, it should also written by this class name, but it is not. So let's refer to the official documentation. I have opened Lightning input component and its official documentation where I'll check for this report validated. Here you see this is how they have done the similar pattern. The template query selected dot input component, and if you go check the what I say input, they have given the input component. It's the class name. Here this is what they have used. Now see if this works or not. Let's try to go back to the code. Let's cross verify. Here let's try to change query selector and hit enter. But I don't know why it is not working somehow. I given the class some input. Like I'm doing it all right as per the documentation, but somehow see you meet with this kind of situations where you see where you think that everything is configured correctly, but it doesn't work. So let's see. Let's try to troubleshoot this. This will also become a good exercise for you to how to troubleshoot if you encounter any issues. If it load, I don't know why it is taking time. Okay, let's load it. I'll enter a number. Now this time you see I found the component. There was nothing wrong with it. Sometimes I believe the caching takes time and it takes a bit of extra seconds to load your changes, because you see this is what we had tried before as well. If you come here and check the same thing we had tried before. So don't panic if something is not right. Go back, check your code, see if you have made everything correct. In case then also you are not getting the answer, the official Salesforce documentation is your go-to place. You can easily visit them, their documentation, and try to find and try to cross-check your configurations. Like I visited and checked the configuration for the report validity feature, and that's how I figured out that I'm doing it all right. But sometimes like it takes time to check the changes. Now even though I'm entering the value, but since it is invalid, the button is not getting activated. Let's try to add something. Then also it is not accepting. Now I have added the correct pattern. The is valid also true. The button got activated. If I incorrect the pattern, if I enter any wrong value, the validation will hit, the button gets disabled. So this is the correct functioning of this component. It will only request for the OTP when a valid number is added, when a valid mobile number is provided that satisfied the Indian mobile number pattern. Now we will see the use of static resource in Lightning Web Component. And before we deep dive into the coding session, we'll just what I say. We'll just go through the basic overview of static resource in LWC. So you can consider the static resource as a like storage unit that Salesforce provides, in which you can like upload your external JavaScript libraries, or maybe external style sheets, or the images that you might require to use in your Lightning Web Components. Why why do we need the uses of the uses of the static resource? The main reason here is sometimes when you develop a Lightning Web Component for what I say for the real world applications, you are asked to use the personalized graphics. You are asked to use some third party libraries. For instance, you might have to use some fancy notification systems. You might have to use particular company's branding in your LWC. In that case, you are required to use some images. You are required to use some style sheets. So using the static resource, you can upload those external files in on the Salesforce platform, and later on you can what I say reference to those uploaded libraries in your Lightning Web Component. Now let's begin the uses of static resources in Lightning Web Components. So we will begin it by uploading the like graphics that we will be using in our LWC to static resource. Here we want to use our own custom logo or icon instead of this message icon or email icon. So in order to do that, what I'll do, I'll go to the setup, because before we start using the static resource, we have to first uh, upload the images or any of the content that we need to use in our LWC to the static resource. So for that, I'll go to the setup. In the quick find, the quick find, I will search for the static resource. You can see this option is there. You have to click on it, and all your static resource will appear on this page. Since this is the brand new org and we have no static resources available, therefore you are seeing none here. In case you want to create a new static resource, you have to click on this new icon, give it a name. I'll enter the name as judget underscore OTP underscore icon. You should be always be giving a proper name to your static resources so that it makes a sense and other users of your org can identify the purpose. And one more thing, the name of a static resource doesn't support any spaces or any other special character. In case you so you should prevent using them, and in case either you can have the name in this underscore format or you can have something like this, whatever is suitable to you, but I prefer the earlier version. I will also add a description for my static resource so that it makes it clear for others that why a particular static resource was created. So I'll add a description. This static resource will be used in this. I'll add my component name. So like that, for whatever purpose you are uploading a static resource on in your Salesforce org, you have to specify it in the description so that you can also remember. It is for your benefit as well, because after some time you might forget why you have created a particular static resource. And I will also add a one. Do not delete. Then from this file chooser or file picker, I'll choose my file. You can you have to just navigate through your folder where you have your resources. For now, I have kept my resources under pictures LWC demo, and I'll choose my. It can be anywhere on your machine. You just have to locate that location and select your appropriate files and hit OK and click save. So once your static resource is uploaded successfully, you will see something like this, and the size will also be there. If you click on this view file link, you will be taken to your file, and as you can see, I have uploaded this file with a png file, and I'm seeing it here. So this is how you can create the static resource in LWC. Now since we already uploaded our image or our icon to the static resource, now let's see how we can import that into our LWC and have this particular email icon replaced with the static resource. So in order to give you the exact step, I'm not what I say, I'm not memorizing the code. Instead, I'll give you the steps that you can also follow on your own to just learn the this aspect of Lightning Web Component coding. So what I'll do, I'll search for static resource in LWC official site. Salesforce has its very well documented uh, documentation on these things. So you should always refer to their documentation when you are trying to learn something new or something on your own. So I have searched for that and I'm trying to load their official website. See, there is a purpose of showing these links or these official documentation in this video. Uh, I just wanted to give you an insight that for everything that you do in Salesforce, there is a supported documentation available. You can always refer to that for clearing your doubts and getting answers to your questions. And this will also help you to make independent while you learn to code in Salesforce. So for importing, since we already have the static resource, we just need a way to import it. So there is a way. There are basically two ways of importing Lightning Web static resource in LWC. One, with a namespace. In case you are maintaining a namespace in your organization, then you have to follow this approach where along with your static resource name, you have to specify the prefix of your namespace prefix. And in case you are not having any namespace, you just have a simple import method. Since for now, for this demo, we are using a developer org, therefore we don't have any specific namespace. So I'll copy the first variant, go to my code. I mean to say, I'll go to my what I say LWC, and I'll also add a comment. I'll just explain you this different like portions of this import statement. It is always a good practice to maintain proper commenting inside your inside your LWC files, so that makes it clear for you and the fellow developers that will be working with you. So this @Salesforce is the default that will come with all your imports related to static resource. This resource URL portion of this import statement is also mandatory. You have to keep it as is. The important thing is this resource reference. This resource reference is nothing but the name of your static resource. So you have to, in this entire URL, you have to replace this with your actual static resource name. So I'll go back to my org and trying to see what is the name of my static resource. This is my name, and as you can see, as I mentioned, my namespace prefix is empty, therefore I don't need to specify it. So this is my static resource name. Now what I'll do, I'll also change this my resource to something meaningful. So what I'll give it, you can also use a capital all capital letter kind of word variant for the naming conventions, because This is the one time import, and this is a like different external entity that you're importing in your LWC. So this will make it more easy to identify. So I'll name it as generate OTP, maybe icon. Since we have imported it, we also have to bind it with one of our track attributes or normal attribute to so that we can make it available for use in the HTML. Generate OTP URL. You cannot just copy this and use in your HTML. That is not supported. So you have to use something like this. And you also should be using proper naming conventions for your attributes that will be holding this value, as I'm using here, generate OTP URL. So wherever I will use this attribute in my HTML, I will come to know, or anyone who will be reviewing my code come to know that what is the purpose of this particular variable. So I'll copy it. I'll go back to the HTML. Right now I'm using icon, but since this is an image that we have uploaded, it cannot be used in conjunction with icon, so I have to comment it. I will instead of icon, I'll have to use image tag. As you know, in image tag there is one important attribute that we have to set when SRC. So I'll configure this generate OTP URL in the SRC, because the SRC attribute of image tag accepts an URL of the image where your URL is where your image is stored. And I also have to highlight or specify the height. I'll use in 96. I will also specify width, that is 96. These 96 are in pixels. And I will also set some alt, that is alternative text. In case somehow the image doesn't get rendered properly, we need to showcase something to the user. So I'll specify generate OTP height, so that when in case due to some issues image is not rendered, the end user will come to know that this place will be occupied or replaced by the generate OTP icon. Once we are done with the changes, we will deploy it. We'll go back to our component. We'll refresh it. It is loading. Feeling very excited how it will look on the UI. See, when you will also do these things on your own, you'll be equally excited to learn something new. Come on, I'm waiting. Last, it is taking a lot of time. I wish I could do some magic and just quickly reload it, but eventually it will take some time. Bingo! We have our, you can see, we have our own, what I say, static resource or image loaded from the static resource, and this is how you can upload the static resources, import it in LWC, and can take your LWC component to the next level. I hope you are finding it useful. So our logo is now coming from the static resource. Now just quickly add some more style enhancements to the lightning web component, so that it resembles with the simple UI that we have been referring. So what are the changes that are pending? First thing first, here this asterisk is appearing, but whereas if we see in this like sample UI, there is no asterisk, so we will have to remove it. In order to remove this asterisk, we have to change the variant on the input. So we will use the variant attribute and we will use the label hidden. Basically, label hidden. Basically, that asterisk is nothing but the label of the input element. And since we are already running the validation, there is no need to specific asterisk sign. So we will be using this label hidden variant. We have made the changes. We will now like deploy the latest changes and see how it looks. Changes have been deployed. Let's refresh it. You might be wondering that we have removed the asterisk, whether the now whether the input will be considered as a required or not. But trust me, it will work as it was working before. So it is just the uh, like UI or the style fine tuning that we are doing. Let's see. We just have to look at it, like it is taking time to load. I don't know why it is taking time, but like you have to really keep calm and composed in such situations. You see the stick is gone, but the validation is still working. So it was just the styling change that we did. Now the next change that we would like to have here is this get OTP button is stretched to match the 100% of the width. So how can we do that? So for that, I'll be checking, taking at. So for sorry for so for that, I will be taking a look at this Lightning design system documentation, and where I will be checking the buttons blueprint. There will be one attribute for stretching the buttons, so that we will be looking at. So I'm on this documentation. Here there is a sizing attribute and then there is an option to SLDS button stretch. I'll copy it. I'll go to my component. I'll go to my button. I'll add a class. I'll add this class. I'll try to deploy my changes. Okay, my changes have been deployed. Let's go back to our component. I'll reload it. Okay, you can see that still there is no change in the button. Why? Let's find out. So this is my layout item. This is my button here. The style sheet has been applied. You can see that the class is also there, but it is not making any effect onto the on the button. Why is that? Because this lightning button is not the actual button. Instead, it is just the wrapper around the standard like HTML button, as you can see here. So In case we want to stretch the button, we have to apply the styling on the inner child button element, then only it will get stretched. I will show you a demo. In the class property of the inner child button, I'll add this class and I'll hit enter. I'll hit enter, and you can see that the what I say, the button got stretched to the 100% width. Now you will ask how we can like get rid of this problem, how we can directly access the button element from the lightning what I say lightning button tag. To be very honest with you, there is no straightforward way to achieve this. There might be some workarounds that you can go for to have this thing in place. In case you go for any of the workaround, there are high chances that your button might not work as expected across different browsers or different devices. So the most cleanest and suggested way is to use the normal HTML button instead of lightning button when you have want to stretch it to match the width of your container. So what I'll do, I'll copy this element, I'll go back, I'll comment this section, I'll put my button, commit the code, I will configure the on-click TP, on-click event. I will also configure this disabled attribute. Once we have this in place, you will see that the normal HTML button element is also working like a charm with this LWC. Let's deploy it. Let's reload it. It's taking time. Loading, loading, loading. Okay. Finally, it seems it is here. Okay, here you go. The button is now stretched. If you reduce the screen size, if you reduce the screen size according to different device, you will see that the button is already taking the 100% width of the container. For example, from iPad, I will change to iPad mini. Then also it is getting switched, or it is getting switched to or aligned with that layout. But on all the devices, for example, if I use this Pixel 7 device, then also you can see that it is taking the 100% width of its container. So it is perfectly aligned with the what I say with the device. Now one more thing, like this is particular like about uh, stretching the button in what I say lightning web component. I hope you find some insights about this approach as well, that there are certain roadblocks that you hit while you develop for the lightning web components. So in that case, obviously we have to go with the workarounds, but I strongly suggest that whatever workaround you choose wisely. You do your thorough due diligence. You do your thorough research on that. Then only implement it so that nothing gets broken during that implementation. So with this, like this is how you can like stretch a button in Lightning Web Component. Now let's look at the way how we can change the color of a button, because here as you can see, instead of this blue color, I want to use my own brand color. So how to do that? Let's find out. For that, inside my components folder, I will create another file LXA with the same name as my component. generate otp.css, and in that I will write a css for custom button. I'll add the background color. My brand color is like this, and I will also want to use the same border. Now, as you can see, we also have, let me remove this way. We also have the disabled variant for our button. So here in the CSS also, I would like to configure the CSS for the disabled variant. This is how I can configure the CSS for the disabled variant. And what kind of color I want to have? I just want to use the same as what I say Salesforce uses. Here in this case, let me investigate here and disabled. Do we have anything for disabled here? Search. Sorry, my screen lagged a bit. So for disabled, this is the color that they are using. I'll click on this and I'll be taken here. I'll copy this code. I'll copy it here because if we want to specify the if we want to specify the like different color for the disabled attribute, then it will automatically take my brand color in both the variants, disabled and non-disabled. Therefore, it is important. Here, instead of background, it will be background color. Now, since I have created my custom CSS here, I would have to apply this custom CSS to my button. I'll go to the button. Where do I see the class? I'll add custom button. You will wonder, you might be wondering like why I didn't pick this class and start modifying all the attributes within this. First of all, you can do this, but it is not advisable because these SLDS classes are the standard lightning design system classes provided by Salesforce, and it is being used across all the standard buttons that Salesforce uses with within its UI. So if you go and modify any CSS within that class, it will impact on throughout your platform, throughout the Salesforce developer org, and I believe no developer wants that kind of side effect. So it is always advisable to use your own custom CSS whenever needed. So I copied it and I have specified on the button. I'll go and deploy. Let it deploy. Then I'll go here. I'll refresh the page. I think I was in the Mobile Explorer, therefore it got changed to Classic. Let's refresh it again. Just loading. So let me find out. Let's see how it is looking now. I'll go and find my component and it says generate OTP. In disable it is fine. Bingo. We got our new styling applied to our button and it is looking really good and nice, and it is aligned with our branding. Now you on the side note, like you might be wondering that while I'm looking at this component on a desktop, it is like looking like a big stretched component. How will it look in on mobile devices? First of all, every component has its use case. This one particular component that we are developing as part of this demo will be used across the mobile devices. So we are more interested in how it will look on the mobile and the tablet devices rather than the desktops. So I'll show you how you can check whether how to look how can you check like how your component will or how your LWC will look on the mobile or tab devices. All you have to do is hit F12 on your keyboard. You will be presented with this window, and here on all the modern browsers you will have this toggle device toolbar option. Click on that, and from here you can choose the different devices on which you would like to see your component. For example, I want to see my this LWC on iPhone SE, so I can check it like this, and I will get a feel that this is how it will render on that device. Let's say I want to check it on iPad Air, so I'll get a feel like this is how it will look like, and you can see everything is aligned properly, and like the button is also like aligned with the device size. And I can also check on iPad Pro that how will it look on the iPad Pro. Maybe Pixel 7 I can check on Pixel 7, it is how it will look. So you will get the sense that across different devices and screen resolutions how your component will look. And in case you see any issues, you can amend your design, you can amend your LWC to support a specific device size. So yes, this is pretty much it for from this enhancement segment for the styling. And on the what I say side note, or just to compare our initial design or the reference design, this verification OTP verification or OTP generation screen with our output, you will get the sense that it is resembling each other. They are looking sort of identical with some branding changes, but you are getting the sense that you can design anything with the LWC. You can stylize it the way you want it. You can use your own graphics within your LWC, and you can just take your LWC development to the next level. And you can also have it, what I say, mobile friendly, and you can have it responsive. Hello everyone, welcome back to Longswitch Academy. This is your host Subham Prajapati, and I'm back again with a new video today. This will be our second installment of our series generating OTP through LWC. This is the part 2. So if you haven't watched our part 1 yet, I'm adding a link to that on the top right section that you can find and just check it out. Before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel, do subscribe to it right now and just show your love. In case we are adding like value to your wealth of knowledge through our videos and through our channel, don't miss to share it with your friends, and do let us know your thoughts in the comment section. So let's begin. So as part of our demo, we tried developing a screen similar to this, and in the first part we were able to develop the first screen, as you can see here. Let me just go to the Salesforce org, and you see that this is how the first part or the first screen looks when you enter the 10-digit mobile number. When you just let me the controls. So okay, when you enter the 10-digit mobile number, maybe let me enter something. You were able to get the OTP from this component. Now let's develop the second part. The second part should look something like this, where it will accept the OTPs that we received, and it will just check whether the OTP was correct or incorrect, like that. Now, before we develop the second screen, we have to develop the parent component, which will contain both of these. And when we get the OTP, it will just hide the first component, that is the generate OTP, and it will show the second component, that is the verify OTP screen. In order to do this, let's go back to our VS Code. I'll create another component using this command, create a lightning web component. I'll give it a name such as LSA underscore OTP container. You know that as I'm developing this demo for Longswitch Academy, I'm keeping the prefix as LSA underscore so that I can bifurcate like which components I'm developing for LSA and which are for other projects. And I give it a meaningful name as OTP container, or maybe we can give it name as OTP screen container, which means different screens for the OTP, generate OTP functionality. So this makes the more sense. I'll hit enter. Why it is not accepting? Should accept. Anyways, let's try again. I'll give a meaningful name, enter. It is getting created. It just takes a couple of moments here. Okay, here we go. I will rename this to something else, and I'll go to the component explorer and I'll go to the HTML part. Here in the main parent component as well, I'll configure the lightning layouts to achieve the responsiveness. We do have a dedicated video on configuring the lightning layout to achieve the responsiveness and design the mobile friendly components. You can check that out in our on our YouTube channel, and I'm also adding link to that on the top right section. You can find it here. So in the lightning layout, I want to support the multiple layouts, and here since we will have two components, but they will be shown one at a time, so I'll just configure one lightning layout item. The size would be 12 in all the device sizes. When you check our specific video on lightning layout and layout items, you'll come to know what does all these attributes means, like size, small device sizes, and medium device sizes. So I highly recommend you checking out that video to know more about this. Here, since we just have as of now the OTP generate OTP component, I'll call that one out. So this is another another key concept in LWC. This is calling like child component into the parent component inside the parent component in Salesforce LWC. Here we had a component named LSA generate OTP that we wanted to call, or that we wanted to include inside our parent component. So this is the syntax. The C is the prefix or the namespace prefix used against the custom LWCs in Salesforce, followed by the name of the your LWC component. The name, as you know, we use the cable case naming convention for the LWC name for LWC in Salesforce. So you have to separate each word in the name by a dash. Here my component's name was LSA underscore generate OTP. So I used C as a prefix, that is by default I have to use. Then I use a dash to separate it out. Then my name was LSA underscore, so I kept it like that. Then the second word was generate, then that I highlighted here. Then the third word was OTP, so I separated generate and OTP with a dash. So that's how you can call a child component within a like parent component in LWC. I'll add more meaningful like comment here, so that other developers, if they come here and try to make some changes, they know what this line will do, like in this particular LWC. It is always advisable to have a meaningful comment mechanism in your code, so that it becomes easier for the what I say end users, or it becomes easier for other developers or other teammates to understand your code. So we have like configured our child component. One more thing I missed to mention here: the size for the large devices. Now we have like configured our parent component, have like a reference to, or like we have included the child component here. Before we like deploy this to the org, one more thing that we have to do in the like what I say, since now we will be using this parent component to represent to the users, so we have to configure it to like appear as a tab. For that, I'll copy one configuration from this generate OTP, that we have to make this parent component available to be configured as a tab. So I'll go here into the meta file and I'll just copy paste. It is just nothing but I have configured the targets to include the lightning tab as one of the target, which this attribute makes our component available to different targets such as tab, lightning page, or record page, or maybe flows. Wherever you want to make it available, you can configure the target here. Right now I'm interested in just making it available for the tabs, so I just configure the lightning tab here. Once like I'm done with these changes, I'll just deploy it. Okay, here we go. We'll go to our org. I'll go to the setup. This I'll just demonstrate these tabs to create a tab for your LWC component. In the quick find, search for tab. Oh, why it is not doing that? Okay, search for tab and you'll find the tabs here. Click on that. Why it is not clicked? Yes, it lagged a bit. So tabs, then from here you have to select this option, lightning components tab, click new, and in the drop down list from this lightning component you have to find your you have to find your component. Do we see here? I think no, but if we go back to the code, we have configured it for the tabs, but you see the changes have not been yet saved. So this is one mistake that generally we make the changes, we just forget to save it, and we just deploy it, and then we continue to wonder that why our changes are not appearing. So you should not be making that mistake. Make sure that every time you change a file, you hit the save button or Control S on your keyboard. Let's redeploy it again. Let me refresh my org here and we'll just restart. So I'll go to the setup. I'll go to the setup in my org. In the quick find, I'll search for tab. Here in the under the user interface, click on the tabs option. You will be taken to this screen. From here you have to go to this section, lightning component tabs. You have to click new, and under the lightning component you have to select your component. You see, now we had saved the changes and deployed it. This LSA OTP screen container, give it a meaningful name. I'll give it a name as OTP demo screen, and I'll name it as LSA, just to remember that this was developed for Longswitch Academy. You can give any meaningful name to your tabs and add a description. Let me just add an icon here. You can choose the icon of your choice. I'll hit next, and I'll hit save. This will create a tab for me for my Lightning Web component. In the app launcher, I'll search for my component LSA OTP demo screen. That's what we had created. Let's see how it appears. Okay, you see, we just had included this LSA generate OTP LWC as a child component. That's what it is that's what appeared here. Now, as we discussed, we want to develop this kind of feature where on the first screen we will get the OTP. Once we have the OTP with us, we will we will verify that OTP and just show a message to the user. Okay, in order to make this possible, we have to make some changes into our child LWC, that is LSA generate OTP. And what are those changes? Since you know we are generating our OTP in our child component, so we need a way in place that through which we can get the OTP that we have in our child component into our parent component. For passing data or transferring data from your child component to parent component, there is an important concept that we have to use, and that concept is called event propagation or custom events. You wonder, what does this mean? What do I mean by event propagation? This concept allows us to transfer or share data between child and parent, and this the direction of data transfer is from child component to parent component. So I'll show you how you can achieve this. Let's take a practical example of it. I'll go to my child component, generate OTP. Here you go, and I need to identify the event from where I want to pass the data from child to parent. Since we have configured a button called generate OTP or get OTP, on that click of that button we are calling an event called generate OTP here. Upon successful execution of this event, we are getting the OTP generated for us. Now this is the place from where we have to send data from child to parent, so that as long as I get the data or as long as I get a new OTP generated for me, I want it to transfer to the parent component. And for that we have to use event propagation. And how, you wonder how we do it? For that we have to use the custom event and we have to dispatch it. Next you might be wondering, what is the syntax of creating a custom event and dispatching it? You don't have to worry about it. Let me give you a demo on that. So what I'll do, I'll go to the official site and I'll take a sample from there. I'll just copy these two lines. Only these two lines are needed to dispatch the data or custom events from child component to parent component. I'll take this data with me, or I'll take this code with me, copy and paste it, I will add a comment, define custom event. So what I will do, I will add a comment here, define custom event for sending the generated OTP back to parent component. So this is always important to write a meaningful comment for all the code changes that you make. And now let's understand this syntax, how this custom event is defined. So here what I did, I used a constructor of this custom event class, and this this constructor accepts two parameters. First, the name of the event. You can give it any meaningful name. It is not necessary to use particular names, but it should be meaningful and it should align with the data that you are transferring as part of your custom event. So here, since I'm passing the data back to the I'm passing the generated OTP back to the parent component, I'll use a meaningful name as OTP generation, because this handles my OTP generation process. And the second parameter is the payload that you want to send as part of this event. Like in case, since we are looking for forward to pass the data or the generated OTP from child component to LWC, so we need a way to configure that. So this second attribute you can specify as the payload or the data that you want to pass. So in the details, I'll just mention this OTP number. You can pass any number of data to it. Maybe you can also configure like JSON here, like this. Whatever whatever values or whatever payload that you are passing from your child component to parent, in the similar pattern you have to read in the parent. So for now, since I'm just passing the OTP number, I'll just keep it as simple. I'll assign OTP number to the details, and then this output of this constructor will be stored in a constant. I'll give it a meaningful name here, OTP generation event. So this is also important to give a meaningful name to whatever you do, so that it makes sense for other teammates in your team or other developers. And once you have defined the custom event, you just have to dispatch it using this event, using this method, this dot dispatch event, and that accepts the custom event as a parameter. Our custom event name is OTP generation event. So this is the only thing that you have to do from your child component to dispatch the event with the data to the parent component. This is called the event propagation. This is the part 1 only. And then you wonder what would be the part 2. The part 2 is to configure the listener in the parent component to listen to this event and receive the values. Otherwise, how the parent will come to know that one of my child is dispatching an event for me, and then I will receive the value. For that, we need an event listener. So let's first deploy this. My changes are deployed. I'll go to the parent component and I'll configure the listener. For configuring the listener, all you have to do is an prefix name on along with the custom event name that you have defined in your child component. What I have defined for my event name, OTP generation. So I'll copy this name, I'll go to my parent and I'll paste it here. On OTP generation it becomes. So this is the naming convention for defining listener on your parent LWC. And this is really important. This name should match with your event name, for prefixed with on. And in that you have to also configure the handler. I will give it a name like handle OTP generation. You wonder what is this handle OTP generation? This is the JavaScript function that will be called every time your parent component listens to this OTP generation event. And then you will ask where we will define it. We will define it in the JS part of the parent component. I'll copy this name, paste it here, define it here, and it will be a simple JavaScript function. Now the next thing, do you recall that we also passed the payload here, like the data that we want to actually read from the child component in the parent component? For that also you have to define a parameter to listen to or read to that, or listen to those or handle those payload from the custom events. So I have defined it. Now I'll just add some logs to just make sure that whenever I generate an OTP in my child component, my listener in the parent is called and I receive the desired value. When I add the logs, I add proper log summary like this. I first add the name of the component, then I add the name of the method in which I am adding the logs, then what I am trying to print, event, and at which line number. This is the general pattern that I use. Like you wonder this, there is no rocket science behind it. I just keep it very simple. I want to make sure that whenever I read the logs in my console.log in my web browser, I should just get the hint that from where this log is getting generated, because as you work on big projects, there are a lot of logs getting generated across different LWCs, so it becomes difficult to track down. So I just develop this practice to have this kind of proper log summary or proper summary in the logs, and then I'll just use JSON. This is a good practice. You can also utilize it. And then I'll just deploy this. So this completes the configuration of listener in the parent component. So this entire thing or entire setup is called event propagation, that handles the communication from child LWC to parent LWC. Now let's test it out. I'll go back to my org. I'll refresh this page. I'll enter a number. Let me record 700. I get the OTP. Now this OTP is from the child. Let's check the logs. I open the console of my browser and you see where my my event in the parent or the event listener in my parent got called. LSA OTP screen container, handle OTP generation, event 06. I'll go back here and see it got called. Now since we passed the data in detail, let me print that what I get in the detail, because here if you see I passed the data in detail. Let me deploy this. I'll go back, refresh the page. Enter the number here again. Get the OTP. Come back to the logs. I think the logs get not refreshed. Let me try refreshing this site. Sometimes, see, this is an important thing. Sometimes LWC takes time to take the changes. I have refreshed it and just enter the number again. OTP is there. I'll check my console. Okay, you see now the event got called and I received my OTP here. Let me just highlight that. This was the OTP that got generated in the child component, this 409987, and the same thing I received in my parent component. So this completes the event propagation from child to parent component. And this is an important and crucial topic or concept, I would say. Every Salesforce LWC developer should know about it, should know the pros and cons of event propagation in Salesforce LWC. So I think that's about it. And so as you can see, we have received the data from our child component into our parent component. Next, what we have to do, we have to store this received value in one of the attributes of parent component. You wonder what kind of or what type of attribute we need to define. We have to define the type of attribute track. And you wonder why track? Because this attribute will continue to change as long as user continue to generate new OTPs. So I'll define a type attribute of type track, and I'll name it as OTP number. Initially the value will be null. And next, what I'll do here, since I'm receiving the value, I'll use this dot OTP number equals to event dot detail, because I'm receiving the value in the event dot detail. It should be OTP number, not number. You see, it is always good to cross check your variable naming conventions, and it should be equally good to give proper names to your variables. Now I have it here. Now how the user will come to know that whether we are receiving the value from the child or not, whether we are storing it correctly or not. For that, let's add one label or one information on the parent component. Before I do that, I'll go back to my I'll go back to my child component and make some changes here. I'll just prefix the label as child generated OTP, so that this is just for the demo purpose, so that we know that which label we are getting from the child component and which label we are getting from the parent component. I'll copy it and I'll go to the parent component. I'll add another layout item, paste it here. Now this another layout item that I have just copy pasted, parent generated OTP, that should only appear when we get the OTP from the child, which means this OTP number should have a value. So I'll check if this has the value, then only I should get the message. Otherwise we don't have to showcase the message. Now, so I'll change the label here. We are not generating OTP here. I'll change the comment as show received OTP. And let's test it out. This becomes makes the things clearer for the end users that okay, the communication is happening and we are getting the updated data. I'll refresh my page. I'll enter a mobile number. I'll get the OTP. But you see, the update didn't take place. Otherwise, we would have received a label as child generated OTP. So a quick trick I have is I just try to change this file here. This causes a force refresh. So you can also use this trick to refresh your page, or you can try refreshing the screen a couple of times to make the changes take effect. So let me enter the name here, sorry, no, mobile number here. You see? Now let me just move this screen here a bit. You see, parent generated OTP, generated OTP. Why the child has not been put it here? I think I didn't deploy it. I have to first deploy it. But anyhow, when we just deploy and refresh, it will work. And this is the result that we are getting. Which means we are able to pass the data from child LWC to parent LWC. Secondly, what we will do, now we don't need, we don't need this message at all here. Correct? Because since we are handling the communication through parent component, we can just completely hide this part. And what we can do, we'll go to the here, go to here, and around this, I think that is fine for now. Eventually we also need to hide it, or better we add a comment card here so that we get a background or something. Lightning card, and on the card we can just add this text, and here I just want to use a class for center aligning the things. This, or maybe I can just copy paste this entire thing. This is nothing but it has the SLDS class for the card, padding, and the text align center. So I'll go to my parent component and I'll remove this part. And I just add this class here. I'm just stylizing my message in the parent component. So I'll deploy it. Go back to my screen, refresh it. I'm just going a bit slow here so that you all understand the steps that I'm doing, and that is the only aim. That's why I'm keeping my speed a bit slow here. Again, it didn't take place. I'll just use my trick. Why the things are not taking place? Let me deploy this once again. Let me deploy this again. I'll go back to my screen. Try refreshing it. Sometimes these things become tricky. It takes time to take effect. Like you might have to do a couple of refreshes. I hope over the period of time it improvises. Let me 70. Why is that? Let's inspect and see. See here, the classes are not getting applied. Otherwise, you should have received the class for SLDS card and all. You're not getting it. Let me go back to here. Generate OTP, I deployed. This one I deployed. So this card around. I think this looks great. This looks okay. I'll go back to the screen. See, this is why it is also important to know the debugging skills, whether you can just inspect the elements and check whether the classes or everything that you are supposed to get are having or not in your inspect elements while you do the debugging. Now you see the refresh took place and this is how it appears. So this is the parent generated OTP that we defined. So this completes the communication between parent and child. So the next step would be to develop our verify OTP component, where we will pass this generated OTP to that screen and do the verification with whatever OTP that user is generating. Okay. Now let's design our verify OTP LWC. Before we do that, let's check out its design. So this is how it should look like. It is almost similar to what we have in the generate OTP, but some changes in the labeling and the label for the buttons. So what I will do, I'll go to my VS Code. I'll hit this command, create lightning web component. I'll give it a meaningful name such as LSA validate OTP. Now I'll just change it here. When you use good design practices, it becomes easy for you to reuse the code. So what I can do, I'll just copy paste this entire thing here from the generate OTP. I'll go to the validate OTP. And then I'll go to the the JS of generate OTP, copy paste it, I'll name it as LSA validate OTP. Validate OTP. I'll change the name here. Since the logo is icon is similar, we can use the same icon here. Validate OTP icon. Then this is the basic change. Then we'll also modify this JavaScript file, but it gives us the blueprint. On top of that, we can build our component. So this makes the development a bit quicker. So what label we have to keep? You see that first we have this logo section. So logo section has this thing. It is not generate OTP now, it is validate OTP URL. Validate OTP URL. So I'll copy and paste it here. I have explained this thing very much in detail in the part 1 while we were developing the generate OTP screen. So in case you are having some confusion, you can just refer to the part 1 and have a good look around it over there. since we have already developed it and I have already explained it, I'm not like reiterating the same steps. So what I did, I just copy pasted the same code from what I say generate OTP, and now I'm just making some adjustments in the naming conventions or labels as per our use case. Validate OTP URL, I copy pasted here. Yes, now the second part is verification. Here in this screen, verification is there. The third part is you will get a OTP via SMS. Here I will add a label. You will get one-time password or OTP. Since we are demonstrating the process, we are not sending actual SMS, but we are generating the unique OTP in our generate OTP LWC component, so that you don't get confused that whether we are receiving the actual SMS or not. For that we can do that, but for that we need to develop the backend service to send the SMS to the registered mobile numbers and then get it back. So here via SMS, and I'll make this SMS bold as well. What happens to my caps lock? It is continuously open. Okay, the message part is also done. Then we have this input box. We already have this input box. Now here in the input box, we are not supposed to accept the phone number. Instead, we will accept the 6-digit OTP. So what I'll do, I'll enter 6-digit. Is it 6-digit or 5-digit? I think it is 6-digit that we are getting. Yeah, 6-digit OTP. And here instead of handle phone number change, it will be handle OTP change. And again, as I have mentioned, we can configure the some different error messages when different type of input related error occurs. Where, for instance, whenever user enters a bad OTP, we should show a message that please provide a valid OTP number. Invalid OTP number 0 to 9, 6-digit. We also need to change the pattern, and again I have explained these things very much in detail in the part 1. You can always watch it there. And whenever user try to hit the button without providing a value, this value missing message will appear, that is OTP number missing, and the OTP change. I'll go and check the event here. Handle phone number change, no. Now I will do handle OTP change. See, this is also, you should know that you should be able to enhance the existing code, or like take the existing code as a blueprint and try to like update it as per your need. So this also makes you a good developer when you can just leverage the existing code to like develop something on your own, so that you don't have to do everything from scratch. Phone number, no, this time it will be OTP number. OTP number, OTP number, OTP number. Then here also we want to make the button disable until user receives until this component receives a valid OTP number. OTP number. Phone number instead of OTP number. Now here we are not generating the OTP. It will be a validate OTP. I'll explain the working of this as well. Validate input, yes. In the validate input, what we will have to check the input conditions, and input conditions we have already defined. What is it here? The pattern that it should, this is just nothing but a regex pattern, that it should accept only digits up to what I say 6 digits only, and we are displaying the appropriate messages. I'll go here. This looks fine because we don't have to change it. We just using the, again we are just using the query selector to detect our input field, and then we are using LWC's feature to report the validity on for the input values. And again, this I have already explained in the part 1, so you can just go and check it out. Similarly, I think this looks good. In the validate OTP, we don't have to generate anything now. We will change this part later on, and I will tell you when. Validate OTP. Validate OTP. I'll give it this name. I'll go to the HTML part, and here what we have, the message verified. So whenever we click on the verify, what we need to do, we have to compare the input OTP that user is entering with the OTP that we got from the first component, that is the generate OTP. That's what we will do. Now our basic component is kind of ready, and what I'll do, I'll just deploy this. Okay, now the component is ready, but at which moment this should appear for the users? It should only appear whenever user receives an like OTP from the first component, that is the generate OTP. So I'll go here in the what I say, my parent component. I'll add a more meaningful comment. Now since we have to like use both of the component, it is good to add a comment for each one of them. I copy pasted it here, I'll paste it here. The next one would be validate OTP component start, validate component, and LSA, instead of generate, it will be validate OTP, and this will be validate OTP. I'll remove this. Now, as we know, we don't want to show both of the components at the same time. Only one component should appear at any given point of time. So how we will use like toggle that? For that, we have to use a concept of conditional rendering. Okay, you might be wondering what does the conditional rendering means? It means showing the elements on your LWC component depending on different conditions. If certain conditions are true, you will show a set of component. If the other condition is true, then you will show the different set of elements on your component. So this is what the concept of conditional rendering is. Here we just want to show the generate OTP component when we don't have the when we don't have the OTP generated already. If we in case we have a OTP generated for us, we need to show the validate OTP screen. So let's configure our component in that pattern. So I'll use a template tag. We use a template tag to define the conditional rendering within the LWC. If true, I want to showcase what I say, the generate OTP LWC only when the OTP number is false, which means there is no value in the OTP number in my parent component. And as you know, the parent component, the LWC, the OTP number comes from the child component, which means if user has not already generated an OTP, this generate OTP LWC will show. Otherwise, what we will do, we'll just copy it, paste it, define another template like if else directive, directive. Here we will use if true. If the OTP number is true, which means that from the generate OTP we have already received an OTP, then we will hide the generate OTP and we will display the validate OTP screen or component. I'll paste it. See here in the template tag you can use if false or if true directives to define the conditional rendering conditions for your elements. So this is also an important aspect or important skill that you should know when you start learning or when you continue to learn your LWC development. This is a good skill to know. And as part of this code walkthrough, I'm trying to explain as many techniques, as many skills as I can, which are commonly used practices in Salesforce LWC development, and eventually making you a pro in Salesforce LWC development. So we have defined the condition. Let's see if it works or not. I'll go back to my org. I refresh the page. I don't want to take the risk. I'll just hard refresh it for one time. I'll enter the phone number. What was the number? 706. Okay. You see the conditional toggling happened here. We for the first time we tried generating like OTP using our mobile number. That OTP got generated, and as soon as we received the OTP in our parent component, the child component of generate OTP got hidden, and we received our new validate OTP screen. You wonder how did you make sure that it is our new component? You see, we defined this. You will get a one-time password via SMS in our validate OTP LWC. And here also we are asking for the 6-digit OTP input, not the mobile number. So we can make sure if it is working or not. I'll enter a 5-digit number. See, it is invalid. I enter a 4-digit number. It is invalid. I enter ABC alphabets. It is invalid. I enter some special characters. It is invalid. Then I try entering. A number. See, now also it is not working. So there is a problem that it is even not identifying our 6-digit OTP number. In order to fix it, what we will do, we will go to our validate OTP screen and see what happens, why it is not working. So I just used a different regex for my for my OTP pattern. It is nothing but a basic regular expression that I'm using, but my earlier regular expression wasn't working, so I replaced that with a new one. It is simple regex. You can find it online, or you can just take it from any of the other sites. There is no rocket science behind it. So I changed it, and just to make sure that I receive the changes, I change something here in the placeholder, and a 6-digit OTP number, just to make sure that I receive the latest updates, because as we have seen, sometimes it is not taking the updates very easily. We have to refresh it a couple of times. So I'll go here, I'll refresh the screen. Refresh it one more time just to make sure that I get my changes. I enter the phone number or the mobile number, get the OTP. Okay, I received this updated placeholder, which means my changes are there. I enter a 6-digit number. See, now it is working. If I enter anything other than the 6-digit number, it won't work. Even I enter these characters, alphabets, it won't work. I enter the special characters, it won't work. When I enter only a 6-digit number, it will work. So this is working fine for us. So we have defined our new validate OTP LWC here that accepts a 6-digit OTP only. Now only thing that is remaining to do is to perform a validation on click of this button. So now the big question is how this validation will happen, because as we know, we are getting the OTP from one child component, that is generate OTP, and it is getting stored into our parent component. And the second thing, this like for the validation or for the verification, we are receiving the OTP into another child component, that is validate OTP. So how this validation will happen? For this validation also, we have to use the concept of event propagation, which means whatever OTP that user is entering here on this like input box under this validate OTP LWC, we have to pass it to the parent component and then compare it with the already received OTP. For that, we just have to simply configure a event handler, custom event handler, or custom event and the listener in the child component and the parent component respectively. So here under the validate OTP screen, we are calling this handle validate OTP on the click of on the click of this button. What that button is, verify button, handle validate OTP here. So on this event itself, we have to dispatch a custom event from this child component to the parent component. What I will do, I'll check if I have the OTP number. Yes, then I need to dispatch an event. Here, what will be the name of the event? OTP validation. Now here we are not sending the generated OTP. Here we are sending back the input OTP. Whatever OTP that user is entering into the input box under this like LSA validate OTP, we need to send that back to the user. To the parent component. OTP generation, we have to rename it to OTP validation. So on click of that verify button, the parent component will receive the OTP that user is entering, and then in the parent component we will do the validation. And here again we just have to dispatch it, dispatch the custom event that we have defined. We will deploy it. Okay. Now another thing, since like in the previous like segment of this video, we noticed that when we define a custom event, we also have to define its listener in the parent. So I'll go to the parent component. I'll copy the same syntax here, or maybe we can write it on our own. So the listener starts with on, and the name of the event that we are dispatching from this validate OTP is OTP validation. On OTP validation, you have to define the handler OTP validation. I'll take this name and go to the JS, define this event here, and similarly we also have to define the parameter to receive the payload from the custom event. Now first, from the get generate OTP, we are receiving the OTP number, and from the validate OTP we are receiving the OTP number input. So I'll just copy paste this name, this entire thing here, and replace this OTP number with OTP number input. Here in the logs I'll change this and change the line number, so that I know what I'm getting into the second dispatch or second event listener. I have the OTP number here. I'll go to my HTML. Again, I'll also show a message as soon as I receive an input OTP from the validate OTP component. So received, not show input OTP. And just, if you're noticing, I'm adding a meaningful comments, and you understand what is the difference between this received and input OTP number. Those two are different things. And here, if I receive a value into this OTP number input attribute, then only this line will show. Instead of generated, I will add the input. Till this point, what we are doing, whenever user enter an OTP number, 6-digit OTP number into the validate OTP LWC and hit the verify button, we are sending that inputted OTP number to the parent component for further validation. Let's refresh this page 2-3 times just to make sure that we receive the updates. I enter a 6-digit number. Verify. But you see, nothing has changed here, which means the updates didn't take place. Let's enter the phone number one more time. Get the OTP. Verify the OTP. No, we haven't received it yet. Let's check the console for the sake of troubleshooting it. OTP number is, no, we just received the one event only here. This one, just one event is there. Where did it go? Okay. Not the second event. We are not getting the second event. So I need to refresh it one more time. See, this is sometimes getting like what I say, annoying, that it doesn't take the updates automatically in just the first refresh. But you can't do anything about it. I should have received, no, not yet. Let me see, did we deploy it? Yes, we had deployed it. Parent input, we have defined it. Why is it not working? Input OTP number. Here also we have the event. It's correct. Here also we have the event. Okay, this is the problem. See, it should be this .otp number, and for this it is not working, I guess. And just for the demo purpose, what I'll do, see, I was able to quickly identify it because I know the what I say coding pattern. But in case like anyone beginner doing this and he encounters this issue, it becomes really problematic to fix it, it becomes really problematic to troubleshoot such issues. So for that kind of reasons, it is always important to use a try catch or an exception handling mechanism in your code. You should always use try catch. So that you know about the errors if anything goes wrong with your code. We have to use the same console summary to make sure that we identify the logs and its correct position. I go here, copy the name of the component, then method name. We are printing the exception at line 32 and print this E. And for the reference point, I just remove this so that I can make sure that I'm receiving the correct updates in my LWC. So these are the techniques to handle the exceptions as well. I missed it and it was quick for me to identify the bug, but for the beginners it might be a problematic experience to troubleshoot such issues. So I highly recommend that you use proper exception handling in your LWC components so that it makes your troubleshooting process easier. It is taking refresh. I'll try my trick as well, just to take the refresh. I will try one more time. Yes, let's try entering a number. See, the update is now there. I'll enter a 6-digit number, verify it, and you see from the validate OTP LWC also we are getting the OTP here. Then now the only part that is left is to compare the generated OTP with the new OTP, and depending on that we have to show the results. Now we are inside our parent component. We have both the values here. I will define another method, validate OTP, and what I'll do again, I'll use a try catch. It is a good practice to define define try catch in every JS method that you write for your LWC, so that it makes your troubleshooting easier. And what I'll just simply do that I will compare if this dot OTP number equals to this dot OTP number input. For that comparison, two more things that we have to check, that OTP number should be there and OTP number input should also be there, meaning that, in other words, that they both should not be empty. If they match, we have to show the success message. If they fail, we have to show the error message. And when will we call this? When we receive the OTP input from the user. So and we just have to call this method. So as soon as we receive the OTP input, we have to check the validation. Let's deploy this. Now you must be wondering how we will show the success and error message to the users. How would they come to know whether the OTPs are matching or not? For that, we will use a component provided by LWC. That component is called show toast. It is just nothing but a like a notification mechanism that Salesforce LWC provides. So let's see how we can use show toast in our LWC. For that, I have already visited to official Salesforce developers site, and I just tried taking an example from there. So for that, we just have to import the show toast event component into our LWC where we want to use it. And this is the syntax. You have to use the import statement, import show toast from Lightning Platform show toast event. This is the built-in component provided by Salesforce. We don't have to do anything about it. We don't have to like custom develop it. We just have to use it. And then we just develop one method to utilize this component. Here I'll put it here. I'll put it here. And the syntax is pretty simple. You have to create a constructor of a class like show toast event using this new keyword, and that accepts one object or JSON object as a parameter. And there are three minimum attributes that you can specify to configure your notifications. First is the title of your notification, the message, the body of message body of your notification, and then the variant, like whether you want to show an error notification, success notification, warning, or an information. Depending on that, you can choose the variant. Let's configure this method. We are just creating this reusable method because we want to use this notification at two places, one for success, another for failure. So instead of repeating the code, we just develop we will just develop a reusable method. And once this show toast event is configured, like custom events, you just have to dispatch it using this dot dispatch event element or function. Before we move forward, let's use the parameters to define different attributes that we want to pass to the notification. I don't want to use attributes for this. I want to use parameters for these three. And here on the success, we want to show the notifications. This to show notification. What would be the title text? OTP verification result. Congratulations, OTP is missed. This is what the message that I want to show. Your OTP is matched. And variant, since this is a success, I would pass the variant success as the variant. Similarly, I copy it here, paste it. Similarly, we have copied it for the error messages, and since we are showing the OTP verification results, so the title would be same for the error message as well, or error notification as well. Here in the message, instead of congratulations, it will be hard luck because the verification failed. and your OTP did not match, and in the variant it would be error. Now let's try deploying this. I'll go to the OTP screen as well, and I'll just add some changes. I'll add one extra text here in the placeholder just to make sure that I receive the latest updates. Okay, here we have configured everything. We will go back. We have configured everything. Okay, here we have configured everything, and we'll just refresh this LWC component. I'll just refresh it one more time. Just comment down below your thoughts, your suggestions if you have any. It will really means a lot to us. 70693 and I enter 652888 and verify it. You see, we received no notifications. Actually, we would have received a failure. So let me just refresh it again. I think it didn't take the changes yet. I will enter the number again. Okay, now I received a number into the placeholder, so I will enter a wrong OTP. Okay, why is that? Why we didn't receive anything? Okay, see, we received an error on line 21. I will go here on line 21 on the inside my parent container or parent component 21. I get the error. Why is that? This dot show notification. Okay, instead of title text, I have defined this. I should be careful about these things, but you know, sometimes it happens when you develop a lot of things, and you might miss a few things, but you have to be very careful about it. Let's refresh this page. But you see, since we had added the try catch block, we came to know that okay, there is a problem. Verify. Did I receive the error? So here, let me enter the name again. The phone number again. Refresh it. Okay, now this time it took the changes, and I'll enter the wrong OTP. You see, I got a notification here. Verification results did not match. It automatically disappears after 10 seconds, but you're getting it. If you hit it again, you will get the message again. Hard luck, your OTP did not match. Now if we enter the correct OTP, then also it is not matching. This is strange. 965227 277, sorry. Then it should match. Okay, 965277. It is not matching. Why is that? Let's check the conditions. OTP number input, yes. OTP number. OTP number is there. OTP number input is there. Let's try binding the variables here. Your OTP. Your OTP, this dot OTP input number is matched with generated OTP. This dot OTP number. I'm just trying to bind this value just to see what we get there. Did not match. This way we can verify that what values we are getting. See, this is also another way of like identifying whether you are getting the correct values throughout the process. If the values are correct, then also the logic is not working, the conditions are not satisfying, which means there is some problem in your code, in your logic. The component, let me just refresh this. Let me just refresh this one more time. Let me just refresh this one more time. Let me just accidentally I clicked at the wrong place. I will use my trick to refresh the page now. Okay, your OTP did not match with generated OTP, that is correct, but 837079. Eight three seven zero nine. Event 14. is not matching. And OTP change. Here, if we go to this, here one value is this 14, then there is a space, I guess, somewhere in the space, because if you see, we are getting a space here somewhere, because I noticed that after 06 and this equals to, there is a space, and when we receive the OTP from this, there is no space from this validate OTP. OTP generation, there is no space. So what we can use, so this might happen in any situation, so we have to take the precautions for this. I'm checking, I need to trim it. We can use strings trim function to like eliminate the leading or trailing spaces. And just to make sure that I receive the changes, I will add a number. I will go to my component, refresh it quite a few times just to make sure that I receive my changes. The changes has not been yet reflected. Not yet. Let me try my trick. Switch to refresh now. Let's test it now. I will enter the number. I'll get this. Okay, it says that your OTP did not match with the generated OTP. Yes, that is correct. If I enter the correct OTP now, okay, you see, when I enter the valid OTP, it says that OTP is now matched. So this completes the like OTP generation and validation process. Now, as you know, the OTPs are generally delivered to the SMS of user's registered mobile number. These cannot be shown here. So what we will do, we will go into our parent component and we will hide these two lines, because we won't show this to the user, but we will keep it in the backend in the system and use those two for the verification. Let's deploy it. Okay, it got deployed. Let me refresh the page. Enter the get the OTP 725, but no, the changes has not been yet deployed, I guess. See, the changes are not yet there. So let me refresh it one more time. We should not see these two messages because those are not meant for this user screen. Those should be delivered to the SMS, and the user then will enter it on the application. Okay. And enter the OTP. Now how would we know the OTP? But you see, when the user will know receive the OTP on this SMS, they will enter it here, verify it depending on the their OTP that they will receive on the SMS. They will enter it here and verify it. Once they enter the correct OTP, successful verification message will be displayed to this. We complete our code walkthrough on creating a complete MFA form using two components, that is first for generating the OTP, second component for validating that OTP. While we were completing this code walkthrough, we came to know about so many crucial or important concepts that are used in Salesforce, starting from layout items, then concept of child component, then the concepts of lightning input and input, then input validation. Along with that, we also went through event propagation, that is communication from child to parent. Along with that, we also looked at how we can conditionally render elements. Down the line, we also went through how we can show the notifications to the end users depending on the different actions that they take on the application. So I hope you find this session, this code walkthrough, really insightful, and it really helps you in your Salesforce LWC development journey. If you have more suggestions, questions, or any feedback for us, feel free to use our comment section. If you like our content, if you like our work, we expect that you subscribe to our channel and share it within your community. Until next time, take care of yourself, keep learning and keep growing with us. Thank you so much.